Ah. I should just hold directly right there. I could D-pad that, to be honest. Damn it. What? If warp skip is no longer a hurdle, then I don't need to care about that, about the first door skip, to be honest. What? Eh. I think I'm gonna D-pad that. That. I need to go fast. Yeah. Eh. Damn it, Anthony. There. Whoa. Okay. What do I do in that situation? Why don't I just line it up? Okay. There we go. That's how you line it up. Not really all that, difficult to line up. Get out of my way. I wasn't close enough. Who's sending me messages? Probably Ser. Yep. Okay. Oh, that should have been fine. I guess I wasn't close enough. Ah, there we go. Ah, okay. I get it now. Too far to the left when I was doing it before, and that was causing some weird inconsistencies. So if I'm just to the right until that visual cue, and then boom. I understand it now. Yeah, it was obvious that wasn't gonna work. I need to see what that, okay, let me see what the difference is between, let me see what the differences are between, that was like 14 seconds at the body slam. I mean, I didn't really need to actually do the body slam itself, but I need to know how much faster or slower that is in total. $709, 17, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I throw Cortex. Like, second. I'm not saving time with this. I think I am saving time with this. I just don't. Yo, MGG. Yo, Fred. Yeah, I'm saving about a second and a half with this. About a second and a half. Okay. I'm saving a second and a half because that's... Yeah. Almost 2 seconds. Yo, Ali. I'm saving half a second. El clipeo. ¿Quién sabe? Damn it. Fuck that up. I'm hanging on to the other side. I won't give up till the end of May. You dead when the stars align. Oh, just an end of May. Okay. It's more consistent this way? Yes. So, I have a hard time with this clip. How did the last stream go? Shit. For the longest time, I can't believe it's real. I can't focus on the clip because I have music. I use a partial sound cue to know when to body slam. But yeah, last stream was bad. My timing is partially an audio cue, but since the music is louder than the game sound, I can't use the sound cues, especially because I use rhythm cues, I guess you could call them. But yeah, so basically the reason why last stream was like shit was because I found out that my controller has problems. And I don't know if those problems are like built in by accident, or if it's because I dropped it too many times. So I'm using my other controller, and lo and behold, a lot more things are consistent. I'm surprised that worked. I'm just gonna do this whole fucking part with D-pad. I ain't even gonna lie. Ooh, look at that. Around. How'd I go with fixing the mic? Wasn't bad. The problem was the mic was backwards. We'll find a way to whatever it will take to reach the ground. Yeah, my mic was just backwards. It's not an all-around mic. It's a what's the next song? Hang on. Okay. I still have a couple more before Vandalize. Vandalize Your Heart is the one that I got a copyright hit for. Did I figure out first door clip? But I may not even need to care, to be honest. I might not need to care because of this. Guess what's fast and consistent now with this controller? Warp skip! Warp skip is now consistent, motherfucker! You might be wondering why. Well, the controller's input timings are random. Thanks for the stonks. So, since my input timings are consistent, I know that I've been doing warp skip correctly this whole fucking time. Which is entirely why Dusty Eel was having issues, Giganut was having issues. I'm gonna use what I just kind of figured out for the other door skip. Let me adjust this real quick. Okay. Because the reason why I was doing so well with the other one, but I wasn't yesterday, was because, the whole reason why I wasn't doing well with it was because, I was too far to the right. So let's... Okay, that would not work. I'm surprised that works. But I kind of don't want to go for a setup with this because I'm gonna lose like a second and a half. But if warp skip is fine and this is the problem, to be honest, I'm fine with this being the random trick. If this is the gate, if this is the gatekeeper and not warp skip, I am perfectly fine with this just being inconsistent and I'll just do it by feel. I'm fine with that. If warp skip is no longer an issue, I just have to basically readjust to hub 2 because hub 2 is... The one trick that's difficult is skipping the world checkpoint because this controller isn't as accurate with its stick as the other controller, so I have to kind of finagle with it a little bit and figure it out. In your name. Yeah, if I could do warp skip consistently, I'm fine with this being the random trick, to be honest. It would be kind of nice to be able to do, it would be kind of nice to be able to do, what's it called, it would be really nice to be able to do the, whatchamacallit, to do the other door skip. But, I'm not going to try, unfortunately. Unless I have to. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that one, as well, and make that one a gate. I'm fine with this one being a do it by feel kind of thing, because as long as... Okay, I understand this a lot better now, actually. Yo, Firebolt, thanks for the good luck. I don't like being that way, but... That's been happening. That's annoying. I think I'm cutting that corner way too tightly. That was happening before I switched controllers, by the way. I think I've just been doing that, the long jumps, too tightly. There we go. Whoa. Ah, fuck. What? Oh. Wait, what? How? How did I... How did that happen? You're supposed to hit this checkpoint. Like, it's impossible to dodge that checkpoint, dude. I understand how to do that now, I think. Wasn't the angle I was trying to go for, but I mean, I'll accept it, I guess. Need to start moving forward after I wow, I can't remember the word. As long as I, like, as long as I pass the wall, I should be fine. Okay. I'm surprised D-pad worked for that, but... I think I'm ready. I mean, I'm almost ready. There's still one more thing I have to work on. Is that a thing? Cortex was on top of the checkpoint then? It opened and closed. Yeah, so Cortex was on top of another checkpoint. That's the only way that that would work. So Cortex basically just activated another checkpoint. I have to get used to the turning on the stick first before I can like start doing this properly. There you go. So that might be a bit of a gate. Can that be abused somehow? I was thinking about that. It might be possible to get Cursed Warp that way. Might turn 360 into a different category, to be honest. Because, if you Cursed Warp with Crash plus Cortex, oh, it wouldn't work that way. I think. That's fine. We could test stuff. It would crash Cortex, or it would crash, probably. It'll crash because, if Cortex isn't loaded, it'll crash, but on 360 it won't. Which means that we would have more options. So, technically we could do it that way. As long as we can, despawn this chunk. It would make 360 slightly faster. Because what would happen is that if you could clip through the wall that way, you would grab Cortex, then you would throw him, and then he would spawn on top of the checkpoint. Then you would just walk over the checkpoint, do the body slam, then get the bat. Hopefully the chunk despawns, and then you would basically just Cursed Warp up, and then you could Death Abuse immediately, I think. Because when you're Crash plus Cortex in that state on 360, you can walk through some walls and objects. And then you would spawn in Hub 4 with Cortex. Hopefully that doesn't trigger the checkpoint, though. Yeah, and that cutscene's about 20 seconds, but it would give 360 a consistency advantage. So Curse Splash would be faster, but you would have to watch the farm cutscene, which takes 20 seconds, so it would be slower overall. By 7 seconds, I think. Make you spawn with Cortex after Curse Splash. Yes. Which normally crashes the game. And by the way, the reason why, if the chunk doesn't despawn and Cortex doesn't get deleted, you could clip through the ceiling. No, you would just be able to walk through the wall if you're Crash plus Cortex on 360. I think. It crashes on Xbox and PS2, but if you're on 360, if you don't go through a loading zone and you're Crash plus Cortex, but Cortex is gone, the game does not crash on 360. So the TLDR with that is basically like, you might be able to just walk through the wall and die. If not, then you're basically fucked, because you can't do that if you can't. Because when you're in that type of collision, you can walk through doors and a couple of other things. It's not very well explored because nobody plays on 360. And by the time, like, the people who played on 360 were knowledgeable, there was only one player that was knowledgeable, very knowledgeable in the game that used to play on 360, and that's me. And I remember that this was a thing. It's just, it's not explored because nobody explored it, because nobody played on 360. So it has the potential to have some interesting implications, particularly in all levels. I would think you might be able to do a cursed warp somewhere else, because since the game doesn't crash, as long as you can reach a chunk where Cortex exists, you can throw Cortex. Because when you're in the state, you can't throw Cortex, because Cortex doesn't exist, but you're in the state that's weird, so your collision's weird. Essentially, one example where this could actually be useful is in Antagony. It would be slower, but instead of bringing Cortex with you in the colors room, you do the colors room normally, and then you hit the checkpoint, free treasure room, and die. You'll get this state, and you could just walk right through the door. Then once you reach the treasure room chunk, Cortex will spawn to you, and you can clip through the ceiling by throwing him just like normal. You just wouldn't have to deal with any bullshit about walking through the door. Essentially. Information overload, understandable. I think I hit it. Let me see. I did hit it, yep. It's something that will probably be explored when I can actually test it. But once I can test it, I'll try to see if I can, like, figure something out. It would be nice to have something. It just depends on if it changes the run. Like, for example, 360 would have an advantage in early Hub 4 because you could do Cortex Antagony in early Hub 4. it would normally crash the game, but it shouldn't crash the game on 360. I hit the checkpoint again, I'm pretty sure. I didn't. Okay. Okay, my idea definitely wouldn't work with Cortex here. Because Cortex has to despawn, otherwise he'll just hit the checkpoint again. So if you snipe the bat, it's GG. Because even though the bat snipes the checkpoint, you're not, like, things aren't fucked up. Okay, I'm gonna have to work a new strat for this because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get I don't think I can. I have the thumb precision to figure out the exact I hit the checkpoint, I think. Yeah. But I can use the camera with this because I'm already I have a pre-selected angle, and then I can adjust it. No. No. This is gonna be stupid. Please don't be a thing. This will be really stupid if it is. Oh, come on. It's actual fucking thing. That's bullshit. I mean, that's an awesome fucking trick, I guess. You could D-pad that. What did you miss? Nothing. Really, I just figured out how to... I just figured out how the fuck I can do this trick on this controller. So you can slightly alter your forward directions with D-pad. So essentially, since I'm walking, I can move my right thumb over to the D-pad and do the tiny changes in movement that I can't do on this controller. But I have to hold the correct angles. Or I have to hold the correct angle, which is forward. So I'm gonna build that muscle memory, and then I'm gonna go back to Hub 1, do a little bit more practice, and then I'll start doing runs. Because I'm building the things I need for Hub for this. Because this is the last thing I didn't really solve when I was on this controller. But the problem is, Unfortunately, I have, like, a massive wealth of knowledge. Massive British, yes. I am very Welsh. With you. Okay, that doesn't make enough of a difference for that in particular, but yo, flowers. Is it doing the thing again? It's doing the thing again. Oh. I am Welsh. I'm very Welsh. I don't know how I missed that. Yo. Yo, Samoyed. Looks like the whole gang's coming in. Okay. The real sub 930 was the friends we made along the way. Don't use my joke against me. That's not the right one? This is the right one. There we go. Yeah, alright. True though. Alright. I don't think I'm ever gonna mess that up again, to be honest, unless I don't get the, unless I don't land the second time, because I figured out how to make that work pretty well. I have a slightly new strat for Dusty Eel. Este stream, tal vez, quién sabe. Since I actually, like, kind of know, I can actually, like, fully feel out what the hell's going on. Pues siento como voy a lograrlo. Por el mando antiguo. No. I wasn't on the correct line. You're actually getting consistent at the setup plus cutscene skip? Yeah, because that's the easiest one. It's too far to the left. I was too far to the... Actually, I was too far to the right last time, and this time I was too far to the left. Muchas veces, por lo que... Pues es que anteriormente mi mando tuvo problemas con los inputs. Así que, lógicamente, no pude lograrlo fácil. Pero con este mando, quién sabe. Pero, por ejemplo, Warp Skip está consistente. Y Hadnat está más consistente, etcétera. Así que, quién sabe, pero según optimismo, está correcto. Entonces, siento como vaya a lograr. Let me get this, let me figure out this line real quick and then, I'll start doing runs. I don't think that line is gonna work. Let's try this line instead. Nope, I was too far to the right. Okay. Lo utilizo. Okay. Okay. Now let's get this line. There we go. Let's do runs. Oh, I'm ready. Okay, I'm too far to the right. Let me turn this up a little bit. There we go. Uso lo que se llama un Wingman XB2. Okay. If warp skip is not a problem anymore, I mean, it's still going to be a bit of a problem, but it's probably not going to be as much of a problem anymore. I'm just gonna wing the door skip and then fuck off. Damn it. Is it set to auto? This might be set to auto. Shouldn't be disconnecting all the damn time. Aw. This thing better not be set to auto because it shouldn't be disconnecting like this. Why the hell do I have a random fucking... Who the hell is this? I shouldn't have accepted it. I better not have. I clicked on it. Ah, here we go. No. Why can't I pin my own message? You know what? Here we go. I know you can hear me. I'm trying to have a pinned message. What do you mean unauthorized error? I'm trying to have the server keeps dropping message pinned. User access token requires a user right chat scope. Okay, whatever. Alright. Yeah, make sure to have it pinned for until the end of the stream. Which I'm sure it's not going to keep if the stream goes down, but... I mean, I'm not dropping frames, it's the server. I lost a second, but it's not that big of a deal. See, this is the type of consistency we like to see. This is the type of consistency that makes sense. Okay, game. Okay, okay, okay. I get it. You wanna fight me? Let's fight. Unfortunately for you, I came prepared today. That was a 320.
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Yo, Fiwi. Thanks for the good luck. Game tried. Didn't do a very good job. Fuck off. I'm about 3 seconds ahead? Something like that. No. Uh, 3-4 seconds ahead, give or take. That was almost a frame too early. I almost botched that. What? I'm really confused right now. What? Oh, come on. What was causing this to work on the other controller? Because this was basically consistent, so that means that, there was some weird bullshit that was going on with that controller. It might be a more upright angle, or it might be a more up-left angle. I don't know what it is. Looks like we're gonna have to lab that. Unless I'm throwing Cortex too early. You know what? I'm gonna end the recording and I'm gonna double check that real quick. Let's see if the whole reason why that wasn't working was because of let's see if I threw Cortex too early. If I didn't throw Cortex too early, that means my angle was wrong and I need to correct that. Which I can lab. It's not gonna take much. Okay. Let's look at that. At least things are working correctly. What's Crash's facing angle? Forward. Alright, let's look at the record. Let's look at the record here. Oh. What is Crash's facing angle here? Up left. Okay. Alright, let's go back to Antagony. Also, hey Vanny. Go back to Antagony and then see if an up left direction is actually what I need for this. Dude, stop loading me into Crash's head not fucking moving. You know what? I'll keep it. Because if I remember correctly, this fucks up the camera. I'm landing on him consistently. That's nice. There you go. Hang on a second. What if I do this? Hey, I can save it? Because I still have to wait for Cortex anyways.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
It's either I just hold straight forward, so I may just swap to, I may just swap to a, what's it called, I may swap to D-pad? Yosami. Yeah, I made it into Antagony, and I got past the door skip, but it wasn't a very good run. Vacuum, I guess. Do it again. Yeah, so the reason it died was due to the twin split snipe, and I need to lab why the fuck that's not, why that wasn't working. Which I think I know what the problem is. I did already lab it too, so, Ripperino Cortex, true. What? Ah, come on. Cortex over there. I hate you, game. I know. Hate me too. Vortex spawned quickly, that's new. Okay, I can adjust to that, which is nice. Pretty sure I know why Cortex spawned quickly. I jumped early. I still made it. Nice. What I have for breakfast? Leftover pizza from yesterday. My mom ordered me Domino's. Okay. What? Okay. Labbed out. Back to runs. Yeah, my warp skip is way more consistent now. Which makes sense because like there's semi-frame perfect inputs that have to go into it. It's not really super frame perfect, but semi-perfect. But if the inputs don't come out correctly, if the inputs do not come out correctly, you will not get it. When Crash is moving forward, Crash needs to move forward at a very specific time. And if that gets delayed, then, is my reaction time that fast or is it muscle memory? Kind of both, but I'm not really doing things super frame perfectly. I would say semi-frame perfect. Like, within, I would say 2 frames. 2-3 frame window in a 50 FPS game, which is not terribly bad. It sounds bad, but in 50 FPS, it's really not. 50 FPS is pretty good. It's pretty easy for semi-frame perfect because like it's like 0.0. It's 4 centiseconds, 40 milliseconds. That's not bad. That's not that bad. And if it's 3, it's 60 milliseconds, which is even easier. But if it's random at which frame Crash starts moving, generally what I do is I do a jump, hold forward, jump, and that usually works. But on the other controller, that was not working sometimes. And that would probably be because the stick would come either around the same time as the first A button press or after the second A button press. My solution was to use D-pad, and D-pad was slightly more consistent, but not super consistent. So basically, like, it wasn't really working like it should. So, then it came down to why is one door skip just not working? Why is Giganuts, like, even if I'm like using the same visual cue for my spins, why is it not working? Why is it that sometimes Dusty Eel just does not work? Why is it that sometimes like XYZ doesn't work? Why am I having problems with skipping the world checkpoint in Cursed Splash, which I never really needed to care much about before? All of those questions can be answered by one thing. Some of my inputs are either delayed or prolonged. Why can't I get... The reason why I switched to the Xbox swag crouch was because I couldn't do the standard swag crouch. And I thought it was the button pad. So then I decided to go to the Xbox swag crouch, which the Xbox swag crouch wasn't working sometimes, which is weird because it's not hard. And then it's basically like, why is warp skip not working like it should? And then it's basically like, why is it sometimes this trick isn't working as it should? Why isn't this trick working as it should? Remember when I was labbing Fast Nina, and sometimes like I was getting Fast Nina perfectly, but then I wasn't sometimes. All of those things can basically be explained through a potential 4-frame window of inputs not working or coming out on the frame that you press them. I was too far to the right there. And the thing is I've done a lot of this stuff thousands of times too. All the practice, all the consistency, I'm really, really consistent. And then basically you look back to all levels. Sometimes I would have these issues. In No Dimension Skip, same thing. Sometimes I would just have these weird issues. How is life? And Hundo, like, it was weird. I was stuck in Hundo a lot longer, or I was stuck in Hub 1 longer than I usually am stuck in Hundo. The same thing with any percent. I was just stuck in nut jail way longer than even in the 940, which had some of the worst nut jails I've ever had. It all basically comes down to the controller. Because in the 940 and a lot of my other PBs, I was using this controller and not the PXMP5. And now I don't know if it got worse over time. I can't tell. I don't know because, like, I wasn't paying as much attention because in Hundo and all levels, you don't have constantly, like, extremely precise tricks that require extremely precise inputs. Any percent is the only one that requires extremely precise inputs. Usually within a 3 or 4 frame window. A lot of any percent tricks are like that. Which, I mean, 3-4 frames sounds like not that much. It's actually pretty big. Like, a speedrunner that does a lot of games, yo, what's up? In 60 FPS where they have to deal with, like, 2-frame windows and 3-frame windows will tell you, in 50 FPS, a 3-frame window is nothing. It's pretty easy. It could even be a 5-frame window. Dojins to be the answer? Sure. If that works for you, that works for you. I'll tell you why exposure works. Very easy. How do you think Japanese people can read kanji? What do they see every day? What have they seen most days of their life? Kanji. That's it. Like, I mean, the reason why they can study them is because they already have seen them. They've seen most of them. Japanese can read kanji, they can. They might not be able to write it, and they might not understand all of the differences between some of them, but the reason is because they are exposed to it constantly. And some people say, well, immersion. Immersion doesn't matter because babies are immersed and they can't read it. It's just that the exposure that they get through constant, through like, you know, seeing something and then finally realizing, hey, this is how you read it. It's not like, you don't learn through the memorization, you learn through the discovery of, hey, this is how you read this thing. And then when you go through that, you could just fucking read it. This is how I've been learning kanji, is literally through exposure rather than memorization. Because the thing is this is how we learned how to read a lot of our symbols. Through exposure. The exposure and the discovery are basically what sticks in your mind. The memorization doesn't. When you skip the exposure stage and you go directly to memorization, how are you supposed to know what the fuck something means? Like, yes, if it's your native language, it's even easier. But you have to bear in mind that, like, the way that the Japanese learn kanji is not through this memorization per se. They learn the memorization after the exposure. And they already have something they can attach the readings to. I mean, it's whatever. Spoken Japanese is kind of easy for native Spanish speakers. Yes and no. Spanish speakers have a pretty strong accent when they speak Japanese. Because in Japanese, you de-voice vowels. In Spanish, vowels are extremely important. What the hell? In Japanese, the consonants are extremely important. In Spanish, they're not. So... like, I'll give an example. I'll put on a Spanish accent speaking in Japanese. Watashi wa daijoubu desu. And then if I switch over to Japanese, watashi wa daijoubu desu. Like... yes, but no. Yo, thanks for the stonk sub, though. And thanks for the good luck. People just... what people say is that because they have the same vowel system, which is not true, by the way. They have a different vowel system. It is still pentavocalic, but they are different vowels in general and how they function. Spanish is extremely strict. It's very, very, compressed. And it's yaaaaay. Y si ves de esa manera, ¿cómo? Y buenas Fred. But in Japanese, it's a, I, U, E, O. And there is devoicing with the vowels, like this. The W is not a wa. It is a It's like a combination between the Spanish, like in the second B in Babel. They're two different sounds. Ba and wa are two different. They're two different sounds. In Japanese, you use a glide with a w sound to make a W, which would be la. Watashi wa la. It's not a wa. It's not a wa. It's a la. The s sound doesn't exist in Spanish, though it's easier for Spanish speakers to do. It's easier for Spanish speakers to do the s over English speakers. The R sound is very difficult for both because they have the sound at the beginning of a syllable. For example, doku, watashi wa, that felt too real. I am a phonetics guy. So, like, I know very well. The D sound is different. D in Spanish, you use your teeth. D in Japanese, you use, what's behind the teeth. It's a G instead of a W, yes. The reason is because how a W works is that it's called a glide, where you're essentially using the back of your throat around the velar, which is like velar is where you have g, k, k, so in Spanish, basically, like, the wa sound, since you're basically doing a double thing, like, you're using your lips for a wa, and then in the back of your throat, you're producing something that's very close to where the tongue hits the velar part of your mouth, which, for Spanish speakers, that is not as controlled, so it hits the back of the throat and creates a gua, generally. And part of the reason is because when you speak Spanish, your tongue is higher too. So when you push your tongue back to make a w sound, like in English, the tongue is lower, so the velar is open completely. In Spanish, the tongue is higher, so it will hit the back of the throat, and that's what makes the w sound. An understandable accent? Depends. Also depends. I have trouble understanding people with Spanish accents in Japanese. But like the huge difference, because like I mean it's a very similar thing in English where with stress time languages especially, things are weird when you speak Japanese because Japanese doesn't have stress. For example, if I were to say, you know, that one phrase in an American accent, it would be watashi wa daijobu desu or daijobu desu. And you could hear like watashi, and you would hear the same thing in Spanish, watashi, watashi. But if I say it in Japanese, watashi, you hear that it's just basically like the syllables are the same, watashi, watashi, watashi. So that's like a big thing. The W as well, you're supposed to pronounce it with a V with your lips and a very weak glide in the back of your throat. Va. Va. Sometimes it's like closer to palatal, just like the French, the. But in Spanish it's difficult because tongue is raised and back, so you do a gua. And then in English, you don't do that, but you still do a wa. Because your lips are not compressed. Because at the same time you're doing a vowel when you're doing a G sound. In Japanese, that oo is an u. So you would do an u with your lips slightly closed. Va. Like that. I've heard a lot of Spanish accent. Yes, I have. So the ja, which would be like daijoubu, ja is like a mixture. The Spanish gets it closer because it is a partially palatal, but it's not entirely palatal. In Spanish, like you have the ya sound, which is a very light, close approximation, but the tongue is further back in the mouth. It's palatal. Yeah. And you're actually using the blade of the tongue, not the tip of the tongue. In Japanese, yeah, you use the tip of the tongue, and it's slightly further back, and it's not as deep. Whereas in English, you would do ja, which is the blade of the tongue, and it's further forward. And then the how you do the it all depends on the lips. So there's 3 different types of lip types for vowels. You have unrounded, so like saying, like if I were to do the unrounded, it would be rounded would be an oo. Compressed, which compressed you like make a box with your lips instead of a circle. You make a box and it becomes daijoubu. With Spanish, you would say dai, where the tongue is like touching the teeth. You don't touch the teeth, you touch the part in the back to make a da. Daijoubu. Daijoubu. And then you just basically even out the syllables. Daijoubu. You don't do daijoubu. You do daijoubu. Watashi wa daijoubu desu. The T, same thing with Spanish. Like, the T in Spanish is pronounced with the lips. Buenos Aires. Or not with the lips, but with the teeth. Like ta, da. In Japanese, the tongue is further back, right behind the teeth, not touching the teeth. And it, ta, da. Watashi wa daijoubu desu. And then the S is also like, more... It's flatter and lighter than in English and in Spanish. So yeah, there's these little different things that happen. You can... 日本語上手ね。すごいすごい。すげえな。パチパチパチパチ。There's these little things that basically like make a huge difference in pronunciation. Now, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. English speakers speaking Japanese, I cannot fucking understand them half the time because they don't do the r sound properly. They tend to do an which is really hard to understand. And then the other thing is like doing stress time syllables in Japanese is really fucking hard to understand. Because in Japanese, you do change your pitch, but you don't change the stress of a syllable based on timing. In our languages, we have syllabic timing, where we have stress, where the stressed syllable is longer than the unstressed syllable. Japanese does not have semantic stress, it has emphatic stress, which means basically like you can stress things to make emotions, but it's not semantic. Like I could say dakara or I could say dakara, which is emphasizing the la. Notice I'm also using the L sound, which yes does exist in Japanese, it's an allophone. The reason why they can't do the L's and the R's is because they mean the same thing in Japanese. It's not that they can't do it. That's what I'm saying. Oh. 大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫。なんかすまんね。And buenas, ¿cómo andas, Argeso? So yeah, sorry about that that nerd moment. I love talking about phonetics. Y los que entienden inglés, este es la razón por la que puedo producir un acento de España, porque sé muchísimo de la fonética. A mí es algo interesante. Porque puedo, como se dice, manipular muy bien mis cuerdas y algo así para que modificar mi voz. Y me pasa lo mismo en japonés, en que casi tengo un acento que no es de un extranjero en japonés. Es igual que... ¿Eres español? No. Prácticamente he elegido el acento. Y nada más. Por eso se me pega. Joder. No sé. Se me pegó. No sé. No importa. En ese entonces, pues sí, había un mapa de México y Latinoamérica. Solo, pues la única razón por la que adopté un acento de España era porque quería. He oído el acento de España y me gustó. Vale. Tengo un Indiocano grande. Yo, Cratchit. Acento argentino. Vos que sos, guacho. Vos que sos, guacho. No me jodas, guacho. Como guachine. No, I was just explaining, and supposedly calling out Spanish speakers trying to speak Japanese. And, explaining, like, the differences in pronunciation and phonetics. Because someone brought up that it's easy for Spanish speakers, native Spanish speakers, to learn Japanese. Which is kinda true, kinda not. Or spoken Japanese, rather. It's kind of true, kind of not. It's I still think there's more crossover with English due to how the consonants work. Because, like, the majority of the consonants in Japanese actually do have a direct crossover with English. The vowels too, but we are not taught how to manipulate our vowels in a way that would, reflect Japanese speech. So with that being said, I do have an easier time understanding Spanish speakers speak Japanese than I do English speakers generally. Unless the English speakers actually pronounce things properly. If you pronounce things properly, then that's fine. You're watching Amelie. Also, by the way, that wasn't to offend Spanish speakers. Es el true español, no es así. Todo dialecto es válido, aparte de chileno. He's actually super autistic. Understandable. I pressed it too early. Bad angle. See, I can actually adjust things now. I know what's going on, I know what's wrong, etc. Es el true español. A mí, todo es válido. ¿Válido? Todo vale. Pero elegí el acento de España. Y nada más. No era porque tuve un profe de España. No. Era una decisión de mí mismo. Y nada más. As shrimple as that. Está camarrones, tío. Todo es válido. ¿Es mucho mejor el de España? No. Lo mejor es de Latinoamérica porque la población de Latinoamérica domina más que los españoles. ¿Por qué? Porque hay menos españoles. ¿Cosas extrañas con el idioma? No. Todo dialecto tiene cosas extrañas. Cosas raras. De España también. Por ejemplo, para decir que algo está rico, o algo así, tiene una buena pinta, tío. Joder. Hay vosotros también. Pues a mí, lo normal, porque suelo usar vosotros. porque hablo castellano. Ya sabéis, pero todo dialecto tiene sus cosas raras. Y especialmente es que dado que hay más más traducciones, o sea, cosas para traducir en Latinoamérica, porque hay más latinoamericanos. A lo mejor es más útil saber español de Latinoamérica. Pero, obviamente, depende de la gente, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo, yo prefiero España. Es que, por ejemplo, conozco a un amigo que sabe más. Claro, pues es que conozca más el dialecto de la Inglaterra en inglés. Y claro que para nosotros suena raro, pero obviamente es que ha aprendido el dialecto de Inglaterra, así que todo es válido. En japonés también. Especialmente la gente va a decir, vaya, ¿sabes el dialecto? Joder. Asombroso, tío. Algo así. No. También hay una cosa muy rara, o sea, en que mucha gente se equivoca. La mayoría, la mayoría de la gente aquí aprende el español de Latinoamérica, no de España. Algunas cosas sí, pero normalmente los profes son de Latinoamérica, no de España. Solo conozco a un profe, dos profes de España. En comparación de docenas y docenas de profes de Latinoamérica. Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. Every version of this emote is great. Yeah. Get out of the way, Kevin. You've been there 3 fucking times. If Kevin's there again, I'm resetting the fucking game and playing CNK for a bit. Because holy fuck, I'm tired. I'm tired of Kevin being on the same fucking line every time. Yeah, I was about to fucking say, Kevin was in front of the fucking nut 3 times in a row. In case anybody wants to kind of know what I was talking about in Spanish, that doesn't understand Spanish, I was basically saying all dialects are valid for learning something. Though, technically, for translations, it's better to learn, if you're learning Spanish, it's better to learn, Latin American Spanish. Because there's more things to translate. There we go. They're sometimes very different. Reminder, you're a native Arabic speaker, where dialects of Arabic are basically different languages. In Spanish, it's not really like that. Okay. Okay. Fuck this fucking fly, dude. He's an asshole. I should not have lived. Bastard, get away. I'm surprised that was only 2 seconds. Didn't matter. I threw Cortex too far to the right. I needed to throw him more to the left. I'm killing that fucking fly next time I see him, though. You were attached to the minus 6.8. How are we today? Better than yesterday. That's for sure. Kevin. Yo, Mike. Get out of the way, Kevin. You bastard, stay off the fucking screen. I cannot do Giganut. I have got, within like 4 resets, I got all the way into Antagony, past the first door skip, though I wasn't that far ahead. I was only on sub 930 pace. I was -1. I was -1 entering Antagony, and then I took damage from the ant, so I lost a second. Is this game getting traction again? I don't fucking know. Question is who was it? Also neat, neat dropped input. There we go. I mean, it's not that bad. Where's he going? You recommended as Sonic games, understandable. Seafood watches lots of Sonic. Blord? Oh, Blord is doing runs, nice. You know what? Let me go on his stream real quick and wish him good luck. Let's see what Blord is doing. Let's bless him. Or curse him. Where's he at? Oh, is he not streaming? I thought he was streaming. Twins Divinity? I don't know about that one. He was streaming earlier today? Ah, okay. I was gonna pop in. That's all you watch are Sonic games and Sonic runners? Ungood luck? Thanks for the bad luck. I mean, fuck you, I guess. I mean, Seafood, I don't really count as a Sonic speedrunner anymore. I'm retired. Like, fully retired. Retired for good. I'm not looking back, unfortunately. Much happier in Crash. Well... Ooh, that was a really good slide. Ooh. It's up 26. Not bad. That doesn't mean I won't play Sonic games, though. Imagine Twins actually working. I know. Okay. Neat. What's your angle, game? What angle? What angle are you giving? Uh-oh. I had to do some weird shit there because my movement was fucked. It wasn't a sub 120. No long jump, I guess. Damn it. I'm gonna have those issues. Hub 1 is not gonna be as consistent because of this controller, unfortunately. I need much more precise inputs for, I wasn't schmoving. I was definitely given the moves like Jagger, but Jagger doesn't move fast, he moves stylish. The Mick. Yeah, true, the Mick. I mean, the majority, or a lot of my muscle memory was built on this controller, so... it's not like I don't know how to use the controller. It's just that, going from something with really good precision to something with not very good precision sucks a lot. Damn it! Like, something like that's difficult. We need, like, an equivalent to PC parts for viewers, but for controllers. We kind of have those. But a lot of people don't look at, we need speedrunners. We doing Giganut consistently now? Depends. It's not as consistent as it should be, but, we are doing better. That's pretty bad. Best I could get is a 122 right now. Giganut is like 50%, is it? It's lower than that, that's for sure. I put it at 20. I don't know how that was a 121, but okay. I have been going for it less often, that much is true. It should be 50%. I'm surprised I'm not dead. 27, I lost a second. Manager! Bread! At the bread bank, bread! I threw him too early. Well. What? Cortex did not consent. Unfortunately, his consent was never an option, nor a factor. Why are you buying closer to the soup store? Fuck you! I've gotten to warp skip like several times today. 4 or 5. About 10% of the time. Runs are reaching. Oh, you bitch. I've been to Antagony once. Can't go for. Well, I could, but I don't want to try to adjust the line. How do I. Ultaba? That would look like Kotoba, but why would you... I don't know why they would write it like that. That's a weird way to write Kotoba. Not for the crash tips. Thought it was pretty neat. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Hey, I got the movement kind of down. Nothing but nut. True. Nutted for longer. True. The game tried. It didn't do a very good job, but it tried.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights. And
here it comes.
Under the rug.
Yep, it's real. Was a bit of a late split, but... Nope. Fuck. I can't read right now. GG, thanks for the GGs. So that's twice I've gotten into Antagony. One time I got through the door clip, and one time I didn't. I'm not sure why Crash didn't turn when I was turning. D-pad setup? I'm not using the D-pad setup. Since I'm not, struggling with warp skip much, I have decided to not care about, Wow! I've decided not to care about the D-pad setup, though, actually, now that I saw that, that wasn't that big of a difference. Hang on. Vortex smoked that guy. Yeah, he didn't just smoke that guy, he smoked me. I thought it was a larger difference. That jump was first possible frame. I had no speed. I don't know how I saved that, to be honest. Okay. That trick is fixed. I know what to aim for. That's good. That trick is now mastered, or at least understood on this controller. Now, this is a scary part. As it always has been. But it's scarier on this controller. Damn it. Okay. Alright. So, from what I see now, the setup for the first door seems to not lose as much time as I was thinking it does. So, let's go back to that setup. Well, let's go back to that setup and, figure something out. You done for the day, and after something so cursed, understandable. Okay, let's go back to this setup and finish the muscle memory for it. Hang on. Gotta rework a little bit of muscle memory. Gotta rework a little bit of this muscle memory. Hang on. There we go. Damn it. Oh, whoops.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
Yeah, let's if we get this one, because now I have decided this this door clip setup is probably worth it. Yeah, by the way, usually when I'm on a run, I do that way more, I do that a lot more, I do it a lot safer. Here it comes. You when you come? True. Hanging on to the other side. I will be there at the end of May. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what that means.
This is where we wrong the rights.
And the past under the rug. Okay, I see what happens when I turn the camera, I guess. You doing references? I kind of figured. Okay. That was not enough. Got your nose. Oh. You take that back! Bitch! That's funny. Die, potato! No! I could do a pause buffer and then do this perfectly, but I don't want to rely on a pause. Oh, whoops, I pressed the wrong button. To the other side. How did I get here? Good. That's too much. It's also too much. Okay. You know what? What if I do that? I think I know what to do. Buena superior. Might tap. Right? It is random when he throws the bomb. Currently in your CE easy grind. Ew, easy. Oh. Nope. I would prefer not to do, I would prefer not to do a pause buffer. Because every pause is 0.8 seconds. Oh, you bastard. I hate it when I fail the long jump. Unless this can work for this controller, which I did try yesterday, but I don't think I was trying with this controller. I think I was trying with another controller. Okay, yeah, that's still not gonna work properly. Not gonna work well just because of... Oh, come on. Wait a second. Is that the reason? I think I know the reason now. I think I know the reason why it wasn't really working all that well before. But I still get anomalies with the camera. The camera is harder to work with here. What? Why did that work? What? What? Why is that working? Oh, oops. Okay. Is this the thing that just accidentally works? And then you're gonna do your own thing, okay, take it easy, flowers, enjoy your food. Thanks for the good luck. I think we have one now. I think we have a setup now. It's not always gonna work, but okay. That's what we're going with. That is what we're going with because that seems to work the best for some reason. And it's close to setupless as well, so yeah, if that works reasonably well. Not on the right line. I mean, I lost 2 seconds, but still. Ooh, this is very well. This is very poorly executed. D-Day. Fail 3 times in a row on not skip. I've already done that. Oh, come on. Yo, Denshi. Damn it. I didn't have the speed for it. That wasn't very good anyways, but, ouch. But with extra labbed first door skip, I'm hoping that that works. Do it again and show my talent. Imagine. It'll happen eventually. Now there's one. with the extra consistency with warp skip and potential extra consistency for the first door skip, and then with the rest of the game labbed pretty much, I'm thinking that, especially because I've gone to Antagony twice already, and it's only been 50 resets. One on really good pace. A 315. With the extra labbing of the first door skip, I might be able to do, maybe I'll be able to do, a really good run today. Okay. Okay, okay. Alright, Nut. But if I end up, right, getting, ow. If I end up getting, a 314 Antagony, oof. Or, I mean, if I enter Antagony in 314, it's gonna be an oof. Because that's when it's go time. .9 is pretty good. That is terrible. Oh, fuck. I should not have gotten any of that, by the way. I do not know how the hell I did any of that. This is a run with 314 potential. Ooh, this up 2's bad. Ooh, this up 2's really bad. Good bat, though. How did I save time? You wish you had Little Caesars? You've always wanted to try it? That was spoon-fed.
Stronghold of evil. This is where
okay.
the rights and
this run has potential. This run absolutely has potential. I'd be lying if I were saying I wasn't a little bit nervous. Thanks for the good luck. That was scary. Thanks for the good luck. Thanks for the good luck, everybody. We have a lot to go through. Okay. The game tried so hard. Holy. Ah! No! That's so stupid! Oh man, that's so stupid! Okay, I lost all my speed during the turnaround. After I threw Cortex, and I did everything I could to try to delay Cortex's teleport, but I couldn't. That pace was crazy, man. That pace was crazy. Okay, hang on a second. What the fuck was even that pace? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was sub 920 pace. That was approximately 918 pace. Judging by like, so I spawned in almost 7 seconds ahead. I spawned at the second checkpoint at just under 127, which in my PB I got a 133. So that was 6 seconds. How was I even playing? I almost had a heart attack. I was pretty scared. With about the 1 second time save that I get from the door clip, I was absolutely on sub 920 pace right there. Okay. However, the problem is what happened to me is like a 1 in a million. That happens to me so infrequently. Let me see, let me look at that, because, like, I mean, Ooh, and I lost about a half second too because I had to dodge the enemy. I forgot about that. Yeah. My line was off, so I lost at least 0.5 seconds. And then my movement was a little shaky afterwards. I almost failed. I almost failed throwing Cortex. Oh no, I spawned in just when I hit the button with the Cortex, the jump was weird. Yes, I lost speed. Which happens sometimes. The fact that I even made it to the platform after that was a fucking miracle. Because every time I've had that happen to me, I've never made it. So I decided to try as hard as I could. And the thing is I almost got it too. I tried super hard. If it took like a frame afterwards, I probably would have made it. Let me see here. I grabbed the ball at like 5:08:77. When do I grab the ball in PP? Let's see. I was 13.5 seconds ahead. Damn. I was 13.5 seconds ahead. Which meant that if I did everything correctly up after that point... How did I do the... Hang on. I want to double check to see how did I throw Cortex here in this run? I threw him late. I am doing that slightly faster now. I lose a little bit of time there. Okay. Back to runs. Yeah, I was 13 seconds ahead right there. That was absolutely another that was another sub 920 pace. It's the second sub 920 pace I've had, but it was way further along than the last one, because the last sub 920 pace it died at the first door clip. This sub 920 pace died right before the second half of Antagony. So, yeah. That was a pretty crazy run. And the thing is always another run, you are not inhaling copium. That is very true. As long as I keep doing runs, I have a higher chance of getting it again, and I could get an even better run. Like, my best split time, as you can see here, is a 3:12. I can save 2 more seconds off of that pace. So, since I can save another 2 seconds off of the pace, there is a good chance I can get an even better run. If I get a 3:13 or a 3:12, if I get a 3:13 or a 3:12 and I get past the first door skip with basically no time loss, then I have a second of leeway to get the sub 920. So, I'm a lot more confident in my hub 4 now. Which, I mean, I'm still going to have to get into, I'm still gonna have to get into Antagony in order to keep that consistency, especially after a run like that. That run was like, oof. And I mean, that was a better run than the one that I got the 312 in. Sort of. I mean, it kind of was, but at the same time, like, it was 2 seconds slower. Actually, no, that was a 313, never mind. But I was absolutely on pace. I was absolutely on pace to sub the 920. So, and that's on this controller, so that is a good fucking sign that, we are going to see something. We're going to see something soon. I just don't know when that is going to be, and what time that's gonna be. If I get a sub, if I'm 12 seconds ahead ish, I'm gonna go for the third door skit faster, and I'm also going to attempt to do pauseless fast Nina. Wait a second. Oh, I keep forgetting I lose like 0.8. You know what? I'm gonna double check to see if that 0.8 is accurate that I lost from the final boss. Hang on. I'm pretty sure it's 0.8, but I want to double check first. Okay. So let's see here. I should have been able to hit the final boss there. How much time did I actually lose from missing? I should have... Oh, I didn't lose that much time. I thought it was more. It's only 0.2. I thought I lost 0.8. I did not lose 0.8 on that. I lost about 0.2. So it doesn't really... Okay. I don't even think at that point it matters, so yeah, it's just pauseless fast Nina, plus not missing the first shot in the final boss is going to be the thing that decides. That's about a second right there. So, now that I'm thinking about it, what time do I enter the final boss? 7:59. So I need to reach in 6:45. Yeah. If I hit 6:45 in the final boss, then we can start celebrating. Or 7:45, not 6:45. If I hit the final boss cutscene at 7:45, we can start celebrating. Because that was the first run that I had that was a sub 8 final boss. And if it's a 7:46, I'll go for Pauseless Fast Nina. Please do it. Let's hope so. Get out of the way, Kevin. The thing is that if I'm on that type of pace, I know that literally anything I do can ruin the sub 920. However, if I get on a pace like that again, and it's just like every antagony is just clean, everything is basically clean, like, yeah. If I get really close to sub 920, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But what I do know is that I would rather my next PB skip the 9.2x and then go straight for the 9.1x. So, yeah, if I get like a 313 or a 312 antagony, and then, you know, I'm basically like skipping. I get through the first door. I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure I don't lose time, so that way I can like finish out in a sub. Finish out the sub 920. And then everybody here will be able to witness it. But if it doesn't end up that way, yo, good luck. MILFs, you missed the gigapace. I was 13.5 seconds ahead right before the twin split in antagony. I was 13.5 seconds ahead. Before third door skip, which third door skip saves like a second and a half. So, reload it, do it again. That's what I'm trying. Damn it. I didn't react. I did not react properly to it. Absolutely, Kevin, get out of my fucking way. I have been into Anti-Agony 3 times today. One on Giga Pace, one on Good Pace, and one on, PB Pace. The first one was a 320, second one was a 315, and that one was a very high 313. Damn it. Why do I keep doing that? I should have died. Damn it. Now I don't know if I want to take Bad Hub once. I can't speak Arabic. I apologize, you will have to speak in English, Spanish, or Japanese. Says he wants Twinsanity. This again? Well, everybody, get your bingo cards out. We got the free space. I think yesterday we went with no remake talk. I might start putting in the damn, like, YouTube description. I don't want to hear about a fucking remake anymore. Like, it was fine 2 years ago when it happened, like, once in a blue moon. It happens every stream now. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the same conversation over and over again. I don't want to talk about remaking this game. I hate remakes. We get a PC port. So, at some point. Hopefully it's not being vibe. Hopefully it's no vibe coding. If it's vibe coding, then I will be extremely upset. If there's any type of vibe coding, I probably will not even touch it, to be honest. With the extra DLC, we could put that in a PC port. If we find a prototype that has those, has the, like, data for it, we could just put it in the PC port. Easy. Oh, come on. I'm gonna have to drop my jump. But that is only if the PC port isn't vibe coding. If it's vibe coding, I will literally just tell, I think it's Sly Fanatic, I will literally tell you, restart the entire project from scratch, no vibe coding. Make it good. Don't make it shitty, because I'd like to at least have something that's very close to the original. Or at least close to Xbox. But again, it's remake talk, and I'm tired of remake talk. I'm tired of it, man. Every stream, like 50, 70 streams, about 90% of them have. Do you think this game should have a remake? I want a remake for this game. Do you think this game should have a remake? No offense. I'm just saying this is why I'm frustrated hearing about remake stuff. We just need new video game IPs. A remake will not reboot the series. They tried with NST. Then it was Crash 4. Crash 4 didn't do as well as it should have. And it didn't keep the series alive. The series died again. And then there was also Crash Rumble or whatever. But I mean, that is basically most likely where Spyro's going to be headed to if Activision is still involved. Is like, it will be Spyro 4. Spyro 4 does well, and then they're gonna do something really stupid and say, like, you're not greenlit for making another game, you are only greenlit to make this, like, stupid side game that's gonna fail. A remake would not be good, no. It would do nothing for the franchise. It would just, it would appease people who want a remake of a niche game that did not sell well, which means that, like, then the money people would say this is not a good idea. Because money people do not follow communities, they only follow the numbers. And the numbers say whether a game is good or not. I could still get a 316. Be 3 seconds behind, but... Damn it. I can't find the angle. A new Crash game would be the best. Left Route, a new one. Not new, but also not exactly old and forgotten. It was a skip that was not viable back then. Back when I was doing the 942. It was something I labbed because I was tired of the The right side, which, by the way, we're calling the Dusty Eel. It's, it saves a lot of time. It saves, like, 2.5 seconds. And with, Tiki Tass, it's, like, 3. Since Tiki Tass saves half a second or something. Nothing major. But it wasn't worth it because I couldn't make it consistent back then. And I labbed it to make it consistent. So it is worth it now. But even though it's consistent, it is hard. It is very, very hard. So, like, I could get it pretty consistently, like 50%, but I'm not getting it 50% because it's just really hard. Okay. I would love if a fly weren't landing on my fucking hands as I'm doing a hard-ass trick. That would be awesome. And this jump is not new. I do this in Hundo. Though Tiki Tass I don't do in Hundo. I don't even do Pikimon skip. I do the standard Tikimon skip in Hundo because I have zombie. Essentially, my fail it and the run's over. I think same in all levels. You have zombies, so it's like worse. If I'm losing time and I want to save more time, I do Bikimon skip. Which is hard coming from the left side because, like, the reason why I got it all the time going on the right side was because I always had a good lineup for it. Coming from the left side, it's worse. Because you have to do an indirect angle. And with Twinsanity, I don't know if a lot of people, if anybody really notices how I pull off a lot of tricks in Twinsanity. I normalize a lot of my lineups. If I have a lineup, I'm gonna mostly go with straight angles, or I'm mostly gonna use cardinal directions. Yo, thanks for the good luck. A lot of my lineups use straight angles or something very close to straight angles. That is, or cardinal directions, which is it's not by accident. A lot of my stuff is based off of angles that are very easy to find. There we go. This is quite fast. That was a late split. It's about a 118.7. Clean ass boat. Saucy, you missed the Giga Pace earlier. I was 13.5 seconds ahead entering, or going through the second half of Antagony. Game fucked me over. Nope. That was 29 attempts ago. Neat. Neat. Three things that were not my fault. Neat. Where the fuck is Gore-Tex?
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of
BB?
This is where we wrong the rights.
Yep.
And sweep the past under the
Hub 4 can just troll. The game is scared. It's scared because it's wondering why the fuck I'm just kicking its ass. By the way, that is the new, that's the new, what's it called, that's the new setup for store. All I'm doing is just turning Cortex. I was too far to the right, wasn't I? I was not. Neat. I lost 3 seconds to the, I lost like 3 seconds to the first door. So this is like, 4 seconds lost in Antagony. That's massive. That is a massive fucking time loss. Damn it. Let me go grab some lives. Oh. Yeah. You fat fucking Judd True. So, by the way, my input was not dropped. There is, there's a frame. I believe it's a double frame perfect, where, if you press the spin button as you're spawning, there's a frame or a couple of frames where you cannot spin throw Cortex, even though you're spinning. And that is the reason why I was not able to spin through Cortex. It just wouldn't, the game doesn't let that happen. Usually I'm careful about it. Okay, nut. Usually I'm quite careful about that. I am very proud of that first door setup, though. It does seem like, it works. Yeah, this game, the way it's programmed and everything is really weird. I mean, it's always the thing where when you're running this game, you are in a constant battle. I did the second jump too early. There we go. Got that young that I'd have programming on lockdown. If else, if else, if else, if else, if else. Even I know that shit. Okay, Giganut. That was clean. Happiest person alive after AI started existing. He was the original vibe coder. He would get mad because he couldn't read the code, though. That should have worked. That also should have worked. That... Okay. Okay. I really hope that the Twins PC port being worked on is not vibe coding. I would literally tell the guy working on it to scratch everything and start coding it properly. No vibe coding allowed. No AI. Also, bro's not even typing huh BB correctly. You don't capitalize the last 3 letters. You don't use any emote browser extensions? What's wrong with you? Just install FFC. No, don't do 7TV. Install FFZ and then add the 7TV extension. Hell yeah. Damn it. Those types of speedrunners that just do tricks on vibes, and then I'm just like, I literally break everything down to a science. It has been 34 attempts. It has been 34 attempts. Oh no, not the vibe speedrunning. There are people who vibe speedrun. And do tricks based off of vibes and not based off of science. I do all my shit based off of knowledge and science. Outside of a couple of things, because some things you can't really know, but like I don't just like feel it out. I actually pull shit off. That's why I'm super consistent at Twins. At Omega top level, 5 speedrunning at Omega top level does not do fucking shit. It's just fun to draw. You know what I like more than materialistic things? Knowledge. Yep. Not to hate the fucking game at times. Knowing how to pull shit off is much better at top level than vibing. Like, you can use the extension of your knowledge to feed something, to feel something out and make it work. That's still knowledge. I'm talking about the people that just do not really understand anything about how something works. They just pull it off. And usually those people, while they're usually quite good at pulling, at like trick execution, since they don't understand the whys, they tend to not be as good as, say, like, me. Because I don't do things just by feel. I use a lot of, like, knowledge, a lot of things. Like, even down to, like, how I do my movement. Bro has game recompiled in his brain. Kinda. That is very, like... Yes, I kind of do my movement by feel, but the thing is I'm still calculating every single slide jump in my head as I'm doing the run, because I need to check to see if I'm offline or if I'm like ahead or behind, and then I need to adjust which frame I press the jump button. Like, my brain is actively doing this while I'm playing and while I'm talking and everything. My brain does some weird, like, physics calculations. It's not really exactly math, per se. It's more like geometry with no numbers. It's all, like, spatial. Well, like, I'm basically using geometry and spatial awareness to kind of, like, calculate things. Ever dreamed? Probably. That contributes to just being able to know near exactly how much you lose or gain off rip. Kinda, sorta. I mostly just use, oh, that fucking fly's back again. I mostly use the timer to know. Dreaming of 8-hour grinds? No. If I start daydreaming, yeah, I do. But actual dreams, no, I don't directly dream of. Don't make me hit my fucking monitor, you bastard. Yeah, my dreams... I've dreamed of Sonic Adventure DX before. That game, I have such a level of intuitive knowledge of, I can recreate almost anything in my head. With a pretty high degree of success, actually. Including physics, charging times, speed times, etc. My crush at the time? Damn. Imagine. I'm getting a PB and then waking up. I've never had a dream like that before. As surprising as it is to say, speedrunning isn't as important to me as you would think. It is a hobby that allows me creative freedoms and creative liberties. But I don't care that much. It's not like embedded into my psyche. And I don't, like, I'll think about them if I'm thinking about, I'll think about, like, certain things, but I'm not really dreaming. That should have worked. Burned into my brain? Kinda. Dreamt up a trick. Yeah, Brian has done that before. Shower thoughts? I've had shower thoughts. Though a lot of those shower thoughts or toilet thoughts, a lot of them didn't really work. Neo Warp Skip is actually one of those shower thoughts. Now, I took a shower before doing runs that day, and I got super excited. Like, I usually take long showers, and that day I decided to cut the shower short because I was so excited that I'm like, wait, this could actually work, I have to test this, and it worked, I think, first or second try, and I went ballistic. That should have worked. Yeah, I shower when I have to go out, or if I want to feel nice. I might shower today, because, like, I'm kind of yucky, and I really enjoy being in the water. I have been told by somebody in the Spyro community, I'm one of the most creative people in speedrunning. And that has stuck with me for a very, very, very long time. Well, I mean, this happened a couple of years ago. And it stuck with me so much. Because that is heavy praise. That is extremely heavy praise. Because you have people like Darkspine Sonic, and you have Tuval, and like a whole bunch of other people who... You have fucking Niftsky and Lukuki, who are these like massively creative and like brilliant fucking people. And then somebody says I'm one of those people, and I don't think I am. I mean, I can look at my reputation, and I do have a reputation for, like, doing a bunch of, like, crazy shit. I invent new skips all the time. Okay, that's fair. I come up with new methods, I come up with new strats, yeah. But at the same time, in my mind, it's like, these are so normal to me that I don't see it. And one thing that's kind of sad, I would say, is that when I'm really hyped about solving something that I thought I would never be able to solve, and I share it with people, everybody else doesn't really react. Which, the reason why is entirely because, like, everybody just assumes, hey, he's gonna solve it eventually. And I'm just like, whoa, that's a lot of confidence. But then it's like, when I'm actually really, really excited and happy about solving something, I can't share it with anybody else because everybody else already thinks that I was gonna solve it anyways. These things are like puzzles. There's usually a way to make something work, as long as it is physically possible to do. There's usually a way to make it work, whether it's like manipulating some muscles in your body or finding a specific lineup, as long as you just try everything you can. DSS finding like the biggest skip by accident, yeah. I helped out with teleflinging in 06. Problem solving, yeah. All it is you have a problem, you create hypotheses until that problem disappears. I'm surprised the bat didn't lunge at me. There we go. Programming and algorithms work. Yep. Which is why I was able to help with some reverse engineering of twins. Believe it or not, I was able to reverse engineer instances with no programming knowledge. I was just looking at the hex. Well, I mean, I solved the, not solved, but like, like, I would look at assembly and I put it into decimal. Ah, fuck. If I didn't go with languages, I would enjoy computer science. Yes. Computer science is not very different from languages, but because it is a language, it's just understanding the logic behind a computer requires more syntax. You just hated Silver? Silver was my favorite. Like, to be fair, though, I also really liked watching Silver because I love watching Tony. And most people that watched Silver were not standard Sonic runners. So I could stay away from the Sonic community and just watch Tony. And that was really nice. If I watched like DSS or like some of the bigger people, it would be a bunch of like actual Sonic speedrunners and stuff, and of course, as basically everybody knows, there was a vibe that was not met. That one Tony run being legendary. This is the stuff! This is the stuff! That's the stuff, son! That's the stuff! I was there live. I watched that run live. Damn it, I fucked up the inputs. Fucked up the inputs again. When 06 is fully reverse engineered, we'll probably figure out what makes that work, unless it's just pure RNG. But I bet you there could be a manip for it. Yeah, I haven't watched 06 in a while either. I don't watch Sonic streams anymore, for obvious reasons. Existence of moon jump. I don't keep up with Shadow. Man, that was all janky. Is Rouge Nux jank? Oh wait, you mean 06? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the game Shadow. Okay. That was extremely spoon-fed, by the way. It doesn't have too much tech, yeah. Okay. This Hub 2's kinda nutty. Not gonna lie. That was spoon-fed as fuck, dude. Wow, this is like spoon-fed as hell. That was spoon-fed as hell, dude.
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Smooth today? I am using a different controller. Thanks for the good luck. I did that very carefully, by the way. All right. Ah! Hey, 40% ain't bad odds. Buenas, Isaac. Gracias por la suerte. You shouldn't be saying go, go, go. The run's dead. Like, very dead. That death costs, like... PB is still possible? I don't think so. No. PB is not possible. No, PB's dead. The only reason why I haven't reset is because I'm checking the rest of Antagony to see if I need to practice anything. Or if it's just gonna be like one of those really stupid, things. You'll see once I... Oh, shit. Okay. No, that's not gonna work, because... That was a weird time loss. I don't usually miss that long jump. I mean, once I start relaxing, I don't really play as well as I normally do. That's why I play better in runs than I do in practice, because if I'm relaxed, I make mistakes. Not sure if anybody really noticed that. I play better when I'm under the pressure of a run. Because I tend to make more mistakes when I'm relaxed. It's usually the opposite, yep. I need a little bit of pressure to play well. Hang on. By the way, if I get that in the run, I save a second. The Urdu crash ad. No! Paradoxal strat is not thinking about it. I mean, I always gotta be thinking about if the run's gonna die or not. That loses some 0.8 seconds. Because I had to pause. Okay. Why the fuck Rouge look like that, Drew? That's like what? I think I've made it into Antagony 5 times so far, and I've done 101 attempts. That's like 20%. 20%'s way higher than other streams. Other streams it was like 4%. I have been into Antagony 20% of the time. Like 1 in 20 runs reach Antagony. That's... The controller really makes a huge difference, yeah, because the controller is like... It's consistent. The frame timing is consistent with my inputs. No, I'm not. It's not that I'm just that good. It's just that this controller works better, is really what it boils down to. I mean, yes, I'm doing warp skip better, but at the same time, it's like, this controller just works better. I've only done 100 attempts today. But the thing is I have been doing... Like, I've been doing a lot to make sure that I'm like at peak performance. My Antagony right now is better than it's ever been. My ability to perform Antagony is better than it's ever been. The only thing is that because I'm on a different controller and things are working differently, I have to rewire parts of like my muscle memory, so that way I don't end up switching back to habits from the other controller. that's more or less what it is, switching back to the other controller is really where the problem lies. So, maybe not today, and it doesn't have to be today. Because I've already gotten, like, my best fucking pace. You perform better? For me, that's not how that works. So what goes on in my brain is I am preparing. That's how my brain works with strats, is that I know it's coming up, and my brain is saying, hey, this is coming up. Prime yourself for it. But it's also saying, like, brace yourself for failing. Thanks for the stonks, Ali. It's like a mixture between brace yourself with the understanding that you may or may not get it, but also basically, like, it's the next step in the process, don't be scared. That's how that works in my brain, is like, okay, so, like, subconsciously I'm going through the inputs. It's almost like I'm loading an input file in my brain, where it's like, okay, so I got this trick, it's the next trick. It's time for the next trick, load up the inputs, kind of like prime the brain to like, kind of like pre-fire the inputs, so that way when it comes time to do that, there we go. Yelling at you like a very polite, there's a vague chance you may fuck this up. Yes. What, so psychologically, when I'm through something like, when I'm doing something like that, by the way, my brain is saying that just because I do the inputs correctly or almost correctly doesn't mean I get the trick. So, my brain is saying that there are variations, look for those variations, because you may be able to save it as well. That's, like, actually what's going on, is, like, it's essentially expecting a level of failure, so that way, in the case that there is a chance that I save it, I don't give up immediately after I think I failed. My brain is essentially saying, that you can improvise to attempt to save it. So I'm looking for the failure. And when I don't see the failure, it is time to run the next part of the inputs, which is like basically pre-inputs, inputs, post-inputs. You could see that when I hit first door skip, you'll see like there's a level of hesitation that happens, and basically like, okay, all right, we did this. We're not dead. We checked to see if we're dead. Okay, now spin Cortex, you dumbass. And then it's basically like, by that point, I'm doing the slide jump, and that's why I'm not getting the slide jump and dodging the guy and not taking damage. Without holding breath, I don't hold my breath. If I'm really nervous, I start breathing heavily. And then, if I'm even more nervous, my hands start shaking. How my body responds to nerves is that, when it knows that it doesn't have to be as nervous, everything hits me at the same fucking time. I never hold my breath. I don't hold my breath for tricks. No, it's just what happens is that the response of being on extremely good pace causes a huge rise in BPM because of adrenaline. That's also why a lot of speedrunners start breathing heavily when they're on insane pace, because, like, because your BPM is, like, at least double, if not triple. The thing is I'm actually relatively calm. Compared to a lot of runners, I'm relatively calm. Because, I mean, I've been speedrunning for a long time, almost 16 years. I have been on world record pace since very early on. I've been getting runs with world record paces, like, since very early on. I'm mostly ready and very used to being on paces like that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't stop, because of course, like, breathing heavily, it's gonna happen. When you're on a pace like that, there's no stopping it. A big breath, that is true, but you can't focus on that. Because if you're focusing on trying to calm your nerves, especially like when all of the tricks that I have happen within seconds of each other, I can't just like breathe. Because that takes up way more resources, unfortunately. I don't know if you've ever been... I don't know if you're a speedrunner. It's a little different when you're basically like... when you know that it's kind of like when you're in a battle. You've done this thousands of times. You know you're on insane pace, and your brain is just saying like, this could be it. Get it done, son. And yeah, I am very chatty. Even when I'm like on insane pace, I can still talk. It's one of my ways of coping, actually. Because I wouldn't say that being on pace is a particularly pleasant experience. Some people love the thrill. I'm not exactly a huge fan of the thrill. I enjoy when I actually finish out the run. And then I earn something like I worked very hard for. But I don't exactly enjoy the adrenaline. Don't fuck this up, my child. Imagine. That's not exactly where it is. It's more like, a literal, here it comes. For me, it is a literal, here it comes. I do appreciate the advice, though. I'm just explaining to you why I won't take the advice. Yeah, sim racing, I think, flow states are way more important. Same with fighting games. Speedrunning is not... Flow states are good, but not all the time. I do think a lot of speedrunners could benefit from those breathing techniques, though. I probably would not. Especially because, like I said, I play better when I'm under pressure. That could have killed me. Ah, damn it. I was in the bats range, but I'm pretty sure what happened there was the game didn't check. So triggers do checks. And I believe I was inside of it, but I didn't touch it on any frame where it was checking if Crash was inside of the bats range. Now I will say this. If I make it to the final boss, I will attempt to do some breathing. I have like 10-15 seconds to be able to like try to control my breathing, and that's probably gonna help a lot for Fast Nina, because Fast Nina has two not semi-frame perfect tricks, but things that can easily go wrong. Cortex's fight too, but to a lesser degree. I got robbed there. I got robbed there again. Stop robbing me. There you go. I do, when I'm not speedrunning, I do implement breathing techniques. Just in general. I do singing, and not very good at it, but I sing a lot, and I do voice acting, which those two require breathing. They're very, very essential for, breathing. Or breathing is very essential for those hobbies. But yeah, if I'm on pace and I make it to the final boss, I'll try to breathe to see if I can, like, reset some of my BPM. Because that's where the nerves are going to cause me to be goofy. Oh, that goofy-ass excerpt? True. I forgot about that. Forward me the message on Discord. I'll see if I'm up for it after this stream. I might be drained though. Jeez, I make it to Anti-Agony like twice every hour. That's pretty crazy. If you can't go vision blind, high BPMs can help to react faster. I don't get vision blind. Cratchit's probably streaming right now. Like, at worst, my vision does get a little blurry. But that doesn't usually happen when I'm running. It usually happens when I'm in pain. You know, chronic illness and whatnot. Chronic illness, pain disorder, etc. I would say if I didn't have deficits in my coordination, I probably would make a good FGC guy. But unfortunately, with fibromyalgia and stuff, my coordination puts me at a major deficit if I'm actually going up against people. Speedrunning I'm a lot better at because I know that I can always reset and redo things in the case that some weird shit happens. And if I ever get tired, I could just stop. If I'm doing fighting games and if I'm in a competition, I don't get that luxury, unfortunately. And several of my IRL friends are FGC guys, or used to be, so I kind of, like, I was about to start dabbling in it, but then I realized that it would probably just make me feel upset because of those things. Type of fighters. Street Fighter, Tekken. Yeah, my friends play a lot of KOF. And Marvel vs. Capcom. One of them plays Tekken. I almost did the body slam too early. At least the bat wasn't slow. There we go. Okay. I was gonna get into it by playing Smash, and practicing other stuff on the side to get used to them. Damn it. That was my own fault. That was not my fault. Okay.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Yeah, so the reason why I fell off the platform was because I did the spin too early. Actually, that warp skip was spoon-fed. The second one was absolutely spoon-fed. I should not have made it up there. A lot of antagonies today, yep. I believe this is the 6th one today. And this is also the slowest one of the day. Ah. One is absolutely dead. I couldn't reorient myself. So yeah, it's about 3 antagonies per hour-ish. Or maybe it's 2 per hour. I can't really do... I'm not a math guy. This has like a half second of leeway-ish, which is pretty good. Pretty easy to pull off. Get out of the way, Cortex. Holy shit. Ah, fuck. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. That was early. That was weird. I think I pressed the A button too early. But I was kind of far away, so... Ah, right. But yeah, that's a lot of antagonies on PB pace. That's... I forget if that's one or two that... It's technically two that made it through the, It's technically two that made it through the, what's it called? It's technically two that made it past the first door. Yeah. It's two that made it past the first door on PB pace. One of them was God pace. So that means that I have, that means that I have, some good shit to share today. And the thing is that, I'm making it into the final boss. doing the strats that I would do in the run. So like, yeah, this is an incredibly good sign. These are essentially the paces I should have been getting yesterday. I jumped early. Okay, let's see if Cortex can shoot his gun more often here. Interesting. We have learned something today. We have learned something today. That was interesting. Note to self, what is Cortex's head doing? What did you learn? What we have learned is that you don't hold down left after the cutscene starts playing. Otherwise you get, otherwise the camera locks. Any good tidings? We have had, 2 good runs enter Antagony. Don't drop my fucking shots, you bastard. How many games have a 930-ish and any percent? Not many. Good luck. Hopefully today is another world record. Could be. I've been into Antagony, several times. And also, I think this is the second shortest Crash category. I think this is the second shortest, Crash, speedrunning category. Yeah, that's about 20%. That was 120 runs, and I got into Antagony. I've been in Antagony 6 times now today. Not many on, like, I had one god pace that was sub 920 pace. I had one run that was sub 920 pace. I had one run that was, also thanks for the good luck. What's the shortest? The literal shortest run is like a couple of seconds. Unless you're talking about Crash, the shortest Crash, any percent technically, is CTR. Unless we don't count Ace. If we don't count Ace, then, shortest is Twinsanity. And the second shortest is Tag Team Racing, because Tag Team Racing can sub 10. And then the third shortest is Crash 2. If I'm not mistaken. And then the fourth shortest should be, Crash 3. Yo, spoon-fed ledge, let's go, dude. Obviously with item glitch. There are runs shorter without item glitch. I'm talking about any percent. Damn it. That sucks. Yeah, so let me tell you what this means, by the way. So there's a good chance that I'm not gonna PB today. However, what this means is that I have a good chance of PBing tomorrow. This is what usually happens, is that on the day before I get a PB, I'm starting to get into Antagony basically, like, all the time. That doesn't mean that I can't PB today, but I probably won't. And that's fine, because, like, I mean, I've had several, like, insane fucking paces today. I haven't gotten a best pace, which is fine. My best pace into Warp Skip is kind of crazy. Within a half second of some of best. That's... I don't really think I'm gonna match that. And then, what's it called? Doing more... doing anything, remotely close to... I don't know, but 20% is a very high percentage for Antagony. Way higher than most streams and most runs. Now, when I was getting to 933, I was accepting a lot of slow runs. I don't really accept many of them anymore. Well, I still kind of do, but... yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be, por ese bendito 9-23. ¿Quién sabe? Se puede. I think. Today. I mean, today's goal was getting reused to this controller. I'm still not fully used to it, but that was today's goal. And we have gone above and beyond because, I mean, I've made it into Antagony 6 times. 1 was God pace, 2 were good pace, and the last 3 were ant pace. Like, PB pace for sure, but ant pace. The God Run made it past the first door skip. And we're only like 3 hours. What's my second favorite Crash game? Twinsanity. First one, Crash Nitro Kart. That was bad movement. Damn it. Messed up the inputs. Ah, come on. Ah, come on. Third one, I was robbed. There you go. Funny, most people assume that my favorite Crash game is Twinsanity. It's not. It's just the one I speedrun. Crash Nitro Kart is my favorite Crash game, but I'm still on the fence if I want to. Going to mention more Twinsanity? What does that mean? There's no other Crash game like Twinsanity. Like, after Twinsanity, it's Crash 2. And Tag Team Racing is nothing like Twinsanity. It just looks like it. Like, the game feels like ass. And I'm not that big of a fan of CTR. Favorite platformer Crash? Twinsanity. My top 3 favorite games are not really a criteria of what I think are good. But, like, the criteria are not... have nothing to do with whether I think the game is good. It is, am I able to play this game in basically any condition, whether I'm happy or I'm sad or I'm sick or whatever, and I could just boot up the game and just play it. Crash Nitro Kart is my 3rd favorite game for that reason. It is a game I can just boot up and play without caring. Whether I'm sad, whether I'm sick, whether I'm tired, whether I'm energetic, I can just play Crash Nitro Kart. And the other 2 games that I enjoy, which are Sonic R and Sonic 3D Blast, are basically of the same variety. Anything outside of it is more like what I think is good and that I enjoy playing, rather than being able to play at any point in time. Or rather, comfort games, you could call them. And Crash Nitro Kart is one of them. I don't know where that explosion came from, but okay. I like Wrath of Cortex. I don't think it's a bad game. I like Twalk and 3 equally. I don't really like 3 that much. I think it's a little overhyped in comparison to 2. Damn it. Get the inputs correctly, you bitch. I just realized that I have a bunch of YouTubers in my chat that are going to start talking about their opinions. I would really hope that my chat doesn't devolve into opinion talk. No offense. Can the nut please, like, not? Nut says my opinions are shit. And I don't care. Reminder, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got them. But it's not always the best idea to share them. Ew. I hate, and mobile games suck. I don't even... See, that is one thing I don't understand, is why people love mobile games so much. Like, I get that it's like, hey, you're passing time, but it's like... It's so useless. You could be doing different things. Not trying to create a debate. No, you're fine. I was just realizing that, like, sometimes people think that the opinion talk means that they can start talking about their own opinions, and it tends to devolve the chat. Opinions are fine in moderation, though. Plus, asking me what my second favorite Crash game is also an incredibly interesting question, because most people ask me what my favorite Crash game is, and then assume it's Twinsanity. That was on vacation. Pretty slow hub 2. No, I can't blame him. Of course not. Slow hub 2, but I still save time. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Fuck you. I think I have maybe 1,000 hours or maybe 1,200 hours in Twinsanity. Believe it or not, I don't have that much. I think out of all the top runners, I have the least amount of hours in Twinsanity. I think. Or out of all of the old top runners, I think I have the least. 1K hours is insane. Yep. Lots of labbing. I've also been very known for being a movement buff in other games. Particularly in Sonic games. my Sonic games, like, I've been known for being very, like, at least a couple generations ahead in terms of movement. Like, in all the games that I was running, yeah, nowadays people match the movement that I had 10 years ago. But for the time, like, yeah, very, very, very good. Plus, like, 16 years of being a speedrunner is, plus 16 years of being a speedrunner kind of helps. Something like that. The funny thing is when I started running Twinsanity, I was not expecting to become as good as I am. Because, I always thought that like, say, Smartkin and Pool were better than me. I didn't think Joe was, which ironically, looking back, he, did actually have better movement than Smartkin. Maybe not at Smartkin's peak, but, like, basically, once I really kind of started to realize that I was actually better than everybody else, I kind of really started going ham because I had confidence in myself. And I started really labbing movement, and, with my other controller, I labbed a bunch of movement, actually, because I had more stick angles to work with. Which, now, unfortunately, I can't use that controller because I realized that it has problems. So I'm back to my old controller that I had when I got the 942, which my movement was still good back then, but not as good as it is now, where, like, I'm really good at being efficient. And now all I really need to do is just kind of, like, transfer over all of that muscle memory that I had, and just boom. I'm basically playing at my peak, and I do not think I'm going to get much better. I think right now what's holding me back the most is, just the fact that I'm playing on console. If we had a PC port, I could probably push myself even further. Because the adapter I use truncates angles. Maybe I'm not using the right word, but the adapter that I use does not give me all of the angles that I want to use, so unfortunately my movement does suffer as a result, but not by that much. But if I were playing on a PC port where I could utilize all of my angles, I would probably be even more precise and more, I'd probably be more precise and play better. Damn it. How did I save that? Dude! Oh, that's so stupid. Did the game crash? Yes. Yes, it did. I did not reset fast enough. After attempt number 20,900, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna eat the rest of the leftover pizza, drink some water, go to the bathroom. And then I'll go and I'll practice Antagony a little bit. Basically redo my practice routine. And then we can go from there. So probably like a 20-30 minute break. Then I'll see if I can still do runs. If not, I think my I'm gonna go to attempt number 21,000 and then I'll stop. A 100 more attempts sounds perfectly fine. I don't think I'm gonna be as prepared tomorrow as I am today. So I may not have as good of a because I had leftover pizza, so I had all my food planned out and everything for today. And I actually ate less than I was expecting. But I don't know if it's gonna last. Well, it's not gonna last for tomorrow. Also, for the people on YouTube, I have a question. Because I don't know the mentality of YouTube people in this regard. If I end up activating memberships, but I don't do anything, like you get no extra access to stuff because I don't gate. I don't gate the stuff I do, except maybe I would do, if I do a membership only stream, it would be only if I'm working on a tutorial. Would that bother people? Like if basically the only thing that it serves would be to be like a YouTube or a Twitch subscriber? Because I saw that one of my friends, the YouTube guys, stay uploaded. You'd say not really. I mean, my tutorials, they're always gonna be up. There is only one time in my history I ever actually unlisted and privated videos. And that was after years. Like, years of being treated like absolute garbage. Never being, like, acknowledged. Treated, basically, like, abused, used, manipulated out of power. That is actually the only real, like, time I actually privated my stuff. And it was after many, many years of being treated like shit. Some of those, I believe, are still privated or unlisted now. And that was for Sonic Adventure DX alone. it got to the point, now everybody knows how I usually am about my knowledge. I love spreading knowledge. I do not like hiding stuff. I don't like any of that. If I don't share something, it's because it's not ready. And I was brought to that point where I did not want anybody to see the knowledge that I had. It takes a very, very, very long time for me to get to that point. There's a lot of people I know who owe me apologies. A lot of people owe me apologies. And the strange thing is they think I owe them apologies. No. I have apologized many times. Several times to basically having that shit thrown in my face. Brought me to the point where even me, who hates hiding strats, hates hiding knowledge, hates pocketed strats and all this other stuff, decided that people didn't deserve to have my knowledge. It's only ever happened one time in my 15 years of being a speedrunner. Nope. Nope. Was that the Sonic runs? No, it wasn't runs, it was glitches, it was knowledge, like strats. A bunch of other things. I think even it got to the point, which I think Summoning Salt did a Sonic video. Probably of Sonic Adventure 2. I know I was not mentioned for anything. Despite the fact I know that there were some things that I helped with. If Sonic Adventure got into it, my name would not be on there. Despite the fact that I have done a lot for that game. Which, that would basically be, I hope, that if Summoning Salt does that, or Sonic Heroes for that matter, if he does Sonic Heroes Chaotix' story. Actually, no, even Sonic's story I've had significant influence on. If I see videos like that and I don't see my name on there, I will just go into the comments and I will say something and be like, hey, look, you know, some people are hiding history. The beef was with Salt? No. Summoning Salt does not understand. He can't follow history he wasn't a part of, right? He can't follow history he wasn't a part of, so he relies on the people that give him knowledge to be able to, you know, piece together history. If there was a thing, which I know the Sonic community well enough, that they would try to hide my name as much as possible. And if that were to happen, which I know SC2 I had some influence on. There were some things I had some influence on. They weren't mentioned. I don't remember what they were, but pretty sure. There were some things, but if that ever happens with Sonic Adventure or Sonic Heroes, I will let him know that a large part of history was basically being hidden because of community drama. And you would say, why would Sonic people do that? I don't know, they're fucking petty. These days, I don't really care much, and I'm not trying to start anything, but at the same time, it's like, I will just like I used to be, I will say my opinion. A lot of people have wronged me and decided that it was better to just, like, pretend I didn't exist. So, I mean... yeah. Big reason why I've been sticking with Crash. Because, like, the drama is never that bad, and there's... like, if there's disrespect, we usually, like... we solve it. And then we just kind of become friends again. Like, beef exists in Crash, but it's not that big most of the time. I know of a couple of instances, but I'm not gonna share them. Oh, come on, let me jump. There we go. Gonna be less than a second. No, it's 2 seconds. Surprised. You know what's kind of crazy, though? I still remember when that 1037 was, like, the golden standard. Speedrunning? What the fuck just happened there? About the rarity of toxicity in certain fandoms? I mean, yeah, and I wouldn't talk about the fandom, but I'm not in the fandom. I could care less about those fuckers. Well, I couldn't care less about those fuckers. Yo, Joseph, thanks for the good luck. Unfortunately, you came in 2 attempts before, I'm about to take a break. Food, bathroom, water break. No, if I say, like, Crash community, Spyro community, Sonic community, I'm not referring to the fandoms. I really feel like those are special breeds of autism. I had, like, some ties. Like, believe it or not, I had ties to Sonic Paradox at one point. So I did have some ties to the actual fandom. Way back in the day. Burger or pizza? Pizza. Okay, that settles it. I mean, I'm gonna put the leftover pizza back in the oven. Reheat it. The original Sonic Paradox shorts were so nostalgic. Yes. At one point in time, I was involved with, some fandom animations. And, they had ties with Sonic Paradox, so I actually got to talk to some of them. I didn't really mesh well with them. I kind of felt like they seemed like they were bigger, and I didn't like that. But I did know Sonic Paradox. I knew a couple of them. had the Eggman voice actor on Skype for a couple years before everybody stopped using Skype. And I talked to him for some things, because back then I wanted to become a voice actor. So, of course, wanting to be friends with somebody who was really well known for doing voice acting was a smart idea. Unfortunately, a lot of those people didn't really care about us. The Eggman guy was kind of chill. But everybody else just kind of like didn't treat us like we were even anything, though to be fair, they probably got a lot of like fan people screaming over them. I didn't care. I just thought, hey, that would be cool for networking, and being friends with them would probably like help me be able to be a voice actor. Granted, this was 2014, so this was like 12 years ago. This was before I actually had proper social skills and shit. But I didn't get a very good impression. To be fair, though, I was 21. No, I was 19. I was 19 back then, so I didn't know how to read people, so there was a very good chance that the reason why I didn't get a good impression of them was probably because I was more of a child rather than an adult at the time. And, I mean, especially, I'm sure they were like mid-20s at the time. And when you're dealing with somebody younger, a lot of times you can kind of like be more confrontational, those types of things. Yeah, that's some G-Pro lore for you guys. I actually had ties with Sonic Paradox at one point. Honestly, I don't think any of my current friends even know that. I think the only one that knew about that was Talise. I think it was Talise who knew about that. And I don't think anybody else knew. I don't think Axel knows. I don't think Cratchit knows. I haven't told anybody, really. They must be late 30s, early 40s now. They're probably either doing professional voice acting, or they just have actual, like, careers doing something. The voice acting industry, terrible right now. It's been getting worse and worse. Let me see here. BRB, eating, hydrating, bath. Who ate all the eggs? I don't remember shit about, like, those guys, but I mean, fucking Snapcube. I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. Twinsanity decomp recomp when? Soon. Can I reply to messages? I never figured out if I could, like, reply to messages. Bell's notes. I don't know what notes are. I can't reply. Wait, maybe if I right-click? No. Okay. But yeah. But yeah, that is the question. There is a recomp being worked on. I just hope it is not vibe coding. And if you are here and you're vibe coding, fuck you, redo it. Do not vibe code. Make it good. Anyways. Man's gonna go upstairs and, eat, hydrate, go to the bathroom. Vibe code gang? Hell no. I may or may not pop up in chat, but, probably not. So, yeah. Hello. I'm back. I may or may not have been a menace in Stu's chat while I was eating my pizza. I am also very relaxed. I got to hug Athena. Here. I'm gonna put up the picture that I made. That I took of Athena. Nice. No, this goes in my picture. That goes in my special picture. Ah, I could have put that. Hang on. Let's see here. Pictures. In my special pictures, and the Athena one should be... Okay. Whoa. So if anybody wanted to know what Athena looks like, this is what Athena looks like. If that's quite possibly a dog, that is indeed a dog. That is Athena. That was seconds after she bit me. Well, she didn't bite me, but she did bite me. This picture's not staying up, but people have not seen what Athena looks like. That's what Athena looks like. I was gone for basically an hour. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. I'll do about another 100 attempts and then I'll call it a day. Unless I'm too relaxed. If I'm too relaxed to pull off any more runs, I won't do any more runs. To be honest, because like I'm in a chill state right now.
Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
I'll put the Virgil picture back up when I'm actually doing runs. Ah, come on. Unless people really like the Athena picture, then I might keep it up. That is indeed a dog. Ah, son of a bitch. Dude, I relax enough to where I, like, actually could nap right now. I'm kind of... Nah, fuck. Damn. Oh, come on. You need a level of tension to be a speedrunner. Yeah, Joseph. That is Athena. It is a picture of Athena that I took about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, she's a fucking menace. That should be fine, right? Just a face cam, I imagine. Don't know why, but that pizza kind of put me in food coma. Might have been the jalapenos. Could have been. I don't know how I got that jump. That was the last frame jump. That was smooth as fuck. Holy shit. Never sit right with you on pizza? I like them. I'm not a big fan of other peppers. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. I'm not good with onions. Like mushrooms on pizza. Pineapple on pizza depends totally on the sauce. Let's do this like once or twice more. Get back into the swing of things, and then I need to start doing that. That's gonna work. What? How? Okay. 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 Oh, I get it now. ¿Qué tal hoy? Bien. Es que estábamos en buen pace varias veces.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is
Ya
where we rule the rights
justo acabé de terminar comiendo una pizza. Nice. El Warp Escape, no. Ando practicando este. Ah! What the fuck happened to Cortex? Did anybody else see Cortex like fucking like tilt? You saw that too, right, Saucy? Twins. Yep. Also enjoyed mushrooms on pizza. Not bad. The last time I had mushrooms, I shat my guts out. Okay, this was working the last time. Now it's not working. You know what? Hang on. ¿Cómo puedes jugar Twinsanity en PC en emulador? Let me look at this. Everybody. How to do this? Absolutely has potential. That was really fast too. PCX2. Gay. Bear. Well, of course it's forced. It's mostly for the meme. There we go. Hey. 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 Hold up. Yo. Do we have a real working setup now? Yo. Yo. Too far to the left. It still worked. Now that I'm coming out of food coma. Sick dodges. Strawberries? The fuck? That's almost like putting ranch dressing on your fucking pizza. Yeah, people do that. Some idiots put ketchup on their pizza, which is... I mean, it's not bad, but it's like... How did that work? No, I wouldn't... Ketchup on pizza is not bad, but it's stupid. Because, like, you already have the sauce. Why would you put more tomato on there unless it's actual tomato? Cheeseburger pizza is fucking good. Whoa, I don't know how I reacted to that, to be honest. I guess I'm coming out of the food coma now. Oh. No, I just said that. That's why I said it's stupid. Sauce is ketchup? Okay, that's a little too much. Breaded Colby Jack? Okay, fair. Damn it. Too late. I jumped too early. That was an immaculate fucking, that was an immaculate fucking, what's it called, boss fight. That was a really fast boss fight. That Cortex phase was fucking fantastic. You put popcorn chicken on pizza. I wouldn't say that that's bad. It's just like... wait, how did I... Okay. You know what? Look at that. Okay, we're ready. Let's get back into it. Hello. Let's get back into doing runs. Can you, like, not? Please tell me I got him that time. Because that's a mosquito and he needed to die. The fuck kind of area do you live in? Kind of fuck ass kind. Oh yeah, Michigan. Fair. Saucy, don't say that like you know Michigan. You ain't even a Midwesterner, dumbass. Yo, let's go. At least it's not Wisconsin. I mean, you're not wrong. Capital Culver's. Culver's is pretty good though. It's just a little expensive. Is this Athena? Yes. No. This is Patrick. Okay. No. This is Cortex. I guess I'll keep the Athena picture up for now. Athena has aura. Not as much as Chipotle. Chipotle is never good. Chipotle is like the literal bottom of the barrel food place. I would place it under fucking Applebee's, I ain't even gonna lie. Never had Chipotle? Don't worry about it. You're not missing anything. Chipotle is terrible. The only time I had Chipotle, I had the shits. And their food storage methods are questionable at best. There's a reason why Chipotle has had multiple different salmonella outbreaks, or like salmonella things called on them. Iguana? E. coli. Yeah. Still. E. Get the inputs correctly, please. You are back. Welcome back, Flowers. You did some runs. Let's go, dude. I had some pizza. And I was an absolute menace in Stu's chat. While I laid on the couch. Got fucked by RNG. F. Yo. You did get a gold though? Let's go, dude. No, understandable. Oh, come on. Ah, come on. I mean, no matter what, I've gotten my best pace ever entering the second checkpoint of Antagony today. Almost third, but the game decided to drop all the speed. So I had no speed. I see. Understandable. You were on best pace minus 10? Damn. Mine was minus 13.5. Flowers runs Ratchet. He runs one of the Ratchet games. I think it's Ratchet 2. No, Ratchet 1. No, it's 2, right? No, it was 1? Oh yeah, it is 1. True. He's pretty good at it. I can't wait to get to use the 360 as my 360 as a test dummy for 50 hertz. There's gonna be a couple of things that I'll be able to test, but it's like Monday. And then, I guess we'll have to double check to see, which, we'll have to double check to see which of the, Xbox emulators, the OG Xbox emulator versions works the best for Twinsanity. Who knows, maybe we'll find a version that just has no lag and then it's just better for runs. Yep. I don't think anybody does. We'll just have to double check. We'll have to check and see. I can't wait to do, I can't wait to do, what's it called, I can't wait to edit the new ones. Of an old forum. Yo, let's go. Oh, just find some shit. I thought you said just found some shit. You gonna PB soon? I'm probably gonna PB quite soon too. Yes, I'm restarting the game. I'm speedrunning. I'm not just playing the game. For your last PB was by 4 minutes, yeah. I forget how much the 933 was by. Damn it. Yeah, speedrunning. $9.37? Probably. All I know is that I got 2 PBs. And that this one kinda sucks. And that the 937 was okay. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, 937 sounds about right. Only a PB by 5 seconds, and then a PB by 4 seconds. Now I'm looking for a PB that's like 14 seconds faster, which is kind of crazy. It's a little slow, but just gonna be very soul draining. Yeah, understandable. You just gotta keep at it. Where is he going? I missed the split key. Sucks giga ass, yo. Up to 10 seconds. That was a little delayed, but... Bat was on vacation. Sucks turbo turds, true. You guys think I'm gonna miss the split key again? Hold up, this run's kind of fire. And I almost killed it. Damn. That sucks. It did not let me throw Cortex. We back. It didn't let me throw Cortex. Well, I mean, okay, so usually I pre-spin for throwing, and I was trying to line up, and right when I got the lineup, the spin was gone. I don't know what that is. So no. Fuck. True. I don't know what this ballistic NG is. If the person's a YouTuber, I definitely don't know who they are. Because I don't watch a lot of, like, big YouTubers. I don't care. Most of them. I mean, I know Cat Icarus, but everybody knows Cat Icarus. Scott the Waz. AVGN. Can't really think of any other, like, actually big people that I watch. The game? It looks a lot like CTR. I don't care about CTR. Plus, we have the PC port. The Completionist? I do not follow the Completionist. Wasn't there some kind of dumbass scandal surrounding that guy? Like, the last thing I remember about that scandal, and I think it was the Completionist, it was like, he scammed like crazy, is more so sounded like he was just a really dumb person doing something that he didn't know what he was doing. Thought he was capable of doing things, making promises that he couldn't keep, and then everybody else kind of said he was scamming. Where did the dog come from? That's Athena. And that was moments after she bit me. because she didn't want to get up on the couch because she wanted me to scratch her butt, and I didn't want to scratch her butt, so she bit me, and then she actually got up on the couch like I wanted her to because I wanted to take a picture of her. Well, she didn't bite me. She was in a playful mood. A playful and defiant mood, but she's always defiant. Yeah, the story behind Athena about that picture is that while I was waiting for my pizza to heat up and watching Stu, I wanted to take a picture of Athena for Stu and Rach. Mierda, me cago en la puta madre. While demanding them to scratch ass. Yep. She is an incredibly pushy and defiant dog. Though, there is one thing, she absolutely would not hurt us. And she's not that type of dog. However, with that being said, she is an incredibly overprotective dog, and she will literally, like, bite at anybody that tries to come near us. Like, actually bite. Ouch. She's a very overly protective dog. I mean, she's a herder breed, so makes sense. She also, for some reason, does not like it when I hug her. That was spoon-fed as shit. The fact that I even got that was crazy. There was like one pixel sticking there was one pixel that's sticking into the loading zone, or the loading trigger. Yep, spoon-fed. And I lost a second, so this is like a high 120. Oh, we take those? We do indeed take those. That was pretty bad, but we take those. If I do well enough, I could be another 314 and then actually get into antagony and, you know, die from nerves again. That'll be fun. Never mind. That's pretty slow, actually. Beating you up like no tomorrow. Join the club. I had to do a fucking cable jump. Botched it. You mean Scooby? Before you play Twins, yep. You've been inactive as fuck. Dude, you like played the game 2 days ago. I'll do like 6 more attempts and then I'll stop the run. Or I'll stop the stream. Unfortunately, I just am not feeling it right now. There's tomorrow. We'll do runs tomorrow. And you know what? I'll make the next run the final run. That means I have done 200 runs today. I think that's a fair amount. Especially considering I've been in Antagony like 6 times? Yo, Rage, thanks for the good luck. How was Bash, or are you still doing Bash? You think it was 7? Was it 7? I don't remember. Coffee break? Aw, damn it. Come on. There we go. This is the last attempt of the run, unfortunately. Yep, and it's gone. I don't have it in me. But that pizza, the pizza just like kind of it food comaed the fuck out of me, dude. And plus my arms are starting to hurt. Playing with a potentiometer kind of sucks. Triple meat jalapeno, yep. You know what, Rach, just for you, since Stu was being dumb. Hey! Yeah, you! I've been doing this for 10 stinking years! Back and forward, and I'm sick of it! Well, I'm not gonna do it no more!
The check bounced? Are you sure? Well, these past few years...
Okay.
Well, these past few years have kind of been slow. Wrath of Cortex didn't do as well as we'd hoped, and... Fish?
Cozy, ain't it? Rumor is you two have got your mitts into some treasure, and I want a piece of that pie.
I have no idea what you just said.
You thrashed me, mate. No worries, 'cause you'll soon be up against much worse. Okay. Let's see here. Do we raid Stu or do we raid Jordy? What's Jordy doing right? Stu, apparently coffee break. Never mind. He's there. We raid Stu.
Bash.
Have a good one. Yep, we'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully, we're gonna finish this shit out, because holy fuck.